Into the highlights and an important outing for former Oriole Jake Arrieta. We wondered if he could keep his emotions in check. He was very good yesterday. Might have made some mistakes with location, but as he said after the game, most of those mistakes were out of the strike zone. 7 solid innings, just 4 hits and 5 strikeouts, and he got a lot of help from his defense. Logan Watkins, he's playing second base, but right there basically playing shortstop. He gets Pierce. This backhanded play to get J.J. Hardy. The Cubs were terrific with the glove all afternoon. Luis Valbuena, after a few weeks in which he struggled, has gotten hot again. A home run to give the Cubs the lead. He's 10 for his last 23. Watkins adding to the lead with his first major league RBI. 5th inning now, kind of a controversial play here. Ryan Sweeney with a nice throw to the plate. Chris Davis trying to score. John Baker with the tag. The out called, but Showalter came out and asked the crew chief to look at the collision rule, which they did, and they quickly confirmed the call that Davis was out. More on that a little bit later. Now Javier Baez with his 6th home run in his first 18 major league games. That one out on the Waveland Avenue. And the Cubs in very good shape. 7th inning now. The only run for the visitors, a line shot homer by the major league leader Nelson Cruz with number 34. That one off Arrieta, but would be the only run the Orioles would get on the afternoon. Now Cruz in the 9th against Hector Rondon, lining out to Javier Baez. Davis with a little soft liner. Nice diving grab by Valbuena. And then Hardy grounding out to end it. Rondon picking up his 20th save of the season. Pedro Strop also very good against his former team. So that was the storyline, Arrieta and Strop against the Orioles. 4-1 the final. Let's hear from John Baker. And he got some clarification on where the catcher can set up at home plate.
I knew, we actually made a phone call the other day to New York. Mike Borzello called New York and asked, where can we stand,
ladies and gentlemen, the total
inside of that rule, with that rule, and so I just made sure that my left foot was inside of the line on the fair territory side of the baseline. And then your job is pretty simple after that. It's catch the ball and stick your glove in front of home plate and hope that he runs into it. And that's basically what I did. Caught it, kind of took a tough skip hop on me. Luckily enough, it stayed in the pocket, and Chris Davis wasn't able to knock the ball out. But I knew that I knew I tagged him. I knew it was in front of home plate, and I was very confident, 99% confident that that was an out.
Good stuff from John Baker. We'll get an update on the Orioles from a 268-game winner. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer will join JD next. An 8-game lead in the American League East. A longtime broadcaster, pitched 19 years in an Orioles uniform, went to the Hall of Fame. His name, Jim Palmer, and got a chance to chat with Jim Deshaies a little earlier.
So this Orioles club, obviously, despite the loss yesterday, a comfortable lead, 8-game lead in the division, probably reminds you a little bit of some of those clubs you played for. Hit a lot of home runs, pitch well, play good defense.
Yeah, maybe we had a little more team speed. Our guy, as far as stealing bases, is Adam Jones. He's got 6 steals, so we don't do a lot of running. I mean, it's kind of, to me, it's kind of an interesting thing. Defensively, we have really good team speed because we can pick it, set the all-time record for least amount of errors, as did Tampa Bay last year. So it doesn't translate in us having a sluggish defense, but when it, we can take the extra base, we can't score from second on singles because we saw Davis get thrown out at the plate yesterday, but we have a pretty good ball club, and the pitching's been much, much better. Dave Wallace, Tom Cheedy, our two new pitching coaches, have really done a nice job, and you're going to see a little bit of that today with Bud Norris. You probably know him from the National League, but he's come over here. Just looks like, I think one of the things that Dave Wallace always talked about, my first pitching coach, or one of my pitching coaches, George Bamberger, fastball command. So Bud comes after you. I mean, everything's 80, 85 to maybe 93 or 94, and every once in a while he'll mix in a changeup.
How about Jake Arrieta? Obviously, you saw him a bunch in Baltimore. Now he joins the Cubs, doing the best pitching of his career. Could you see this coming?
Yeah, and I think that Dan Duquette, our general manager, saw it coming too. I just think, a lot of times things happen for a good reason, and it's certainly our loss of Jake is not a good thing because we knew we were renting Feldman. We had seen Strope pitch well. Last year he had some control problems, but it was just a matter of time till if he stayed healthy. Because, Jake did win 10 games for us, had some elbow problems. It took out the bone chips.
So let's talk a little bit about Buck Showalter versus Earl Weaver. Famously, you had this interesting relationship, to say the least, with Earl. How do you rate those two guys? Or
well, they both
contrast?
win. That's the important thing, I think, if you're a player. Earl didn't care if you liked him or not. I think Buck actually is very sensitive to that fact. They're both great managers. They're both prepared. Buck has really turned this franchise around. Came over, August of 2011, and we had 2 winning months. The next year, 2012, we, won 93 games. We were 29-9 in one-run games, won 16 straight extra inning games. So, he's just he's not only changed the Orioles teams, the 25-man roster, but the way it's done in the organization. And that's the great thing about when I played for the Orioles. I played from 65 to 84. We had the best winning percentage in baseball. Great minor league club. We had Bridge come up, Baylor. I mean, some really good players, really good pitchers, and hopefully the Orioles will be able to continue that process.
So you started making all-star teams 1970. Spent your entire career in Baltimore, so you probably haven't spent a lot of time in this ballpark. What are your impressions of Wrigley?
Probably a great place to watch a game or actually play on the field. It's antiquated. I'm not going to go along
so
with
it. So you're not thrilled with the booth that's the size of a closet next door?
No, it's a 2-man kayak. I love Gary Thorne, but I don't have a choice because we're kind of, we're hey, hi, everybody.
Very close.
Yeah. I saw your booth the other day, and you had Kyle McDermott or what?
Doug McDermott,
yeah, whatever. So I'm going, boy, what a big booth. And it is compared to ours. But at the end of the day, fans come out here, they love this place. One of our coaches said, Wrigley Field, it's one big bar. So again, you want to. Obviously, they're going to make some changes here. I saw that in Fenway. My first game in the big leagues was, in Fenway Park. Canigliaro with the bases loaded. I never threw a grand slam. I could have got it out of the way with the first guy I faced. But what they've done with Fenway is just kind of clean everything up, redo some stuff, and it's a wonderful place, as is Wrigley Field, to see a baseball game.
Jim, thanks for the visit.
You're welcome.
From Wrigley Field on what looks like a very interesting day here at the ballpark. The fog has settled in. It has cooled off a bit, and the wind has turned around as the Cubs host the Baltimore Orioles. Game 2 of a 3-game interleague weekend series. Great to have you with us, along with Jim DeShays. I'm Len Casper. The Cubs a nice 4-1 winner yesterday. It featured another tape measure home run by rookie Javier Baez.
Yeah, if you got extra points for distance, he'd be your first-round draft pick. He does not hit wall scrapers. Javi Baez with that tremendous bat speed. When he gets out in front of one, it goes a long way here off Kyle Loesch. This was his first year at Wrigley Field, out onto Waveland Avenue. I think that's going to become the norm for Baez with that full power. And here's one at Citi Field. Not many guys going to the second deck there. He did. He's hit 6 total this year, a couple in a game in Colorado. And then yesterday, one more time out onto Waveland for Javi Baez.
Yeah, I mean, 400 plus is probably going to be pretty common when he does connect. Still going to strike out a lot, but you make a mistake on him, he will make you pay.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of his game. Big swing, a lot of misses, but when he does connect, good things are going to happen.
Bud Norris made his big league debut with the Astros in this ballpark. He'll pitch for the Orioles today. Rookie Kyle Hendricks tries to keep it rolling for the Cubs. We hope to dodge the rain as well. Now, our national anthem.
Kindly remove your caps and join Jerry DePizzo as he honors America with our national anthem.
Jerry DePizzo from OAR. They've got a post-game performance coming up, so make sure you come on out for that. As Bud Norris, a veteran right-hander for the Orioles, against the rookie Kyle Hendricks, who's been terrific. Orioles and Cubs next.
brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIG-ATT. Mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online, only at southwest.com.
Welcome back. A lot of fog coming in off the lake. Interesting drive in on the Lakeshore Drive this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. And the wind has shifted, now coming in off the lake.
Live from Candlestick Park.
Yeah.
Have that feel. Especially with the orange and black. The Orioles sport as well as the Giants. But it's a nice relief, right? It was supposed to be smoking hot today and humid and ugly.
It has cooled off, yeah, you're right.
Not shabby.
First pitch today, ceremonial first pitch thrown out by Chris Kulos from OAR. They're going to be performing right after the ball game out in the parking lot right off Clark. It is a free performance, so even if you don't make it to the game today, come on over. So the Cubs take the field behind rookie right-hander Kyle Hendricks, who will face this Orioles team for the first time in his short career. And this is their Southwest starting lineup. 1 through 7 remains intact from yesterday. Markakis, Pierce, and Jones at the top. Cruz leading the majors with 34 home runs, although Jose Abreu right behind him with 33. Chris Davis is at third. They got an update on Manny Machado today, and it's not good news. J.J. Hardy's at short. Jonathan Scope at second. Nick Hundley will catch today for the pitcher Norris.
Key defense for the Cubs this afternoon. Coughlin, Alcantara, Sweeney in for Ruggiano. Ruggiano was in the original lineup. He was a late scratch. Valbuena, Baez, Watkins, who made 2 spectacular plays in the ballgame yesterday, and Rizzo on the infield. Wellington Castillo will be behind the plate today for our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher. And he's been really, really good. 7 big league starts under his belt. 5-1 with a 148 earned run average.
Chris Siegel will call balls and strikes. Dan Iasonia, David Rackley, and the crew chief Fieldon Culbreth will handle the bases.
Kyle Hendricks, as we've talked often, a pitch maker. Great location, good command of his pitches, relies heavily on his sinking fastball. He'll have the advantage in that the Orioles have not seen him before. Yeah, both sides now, works both sides of the plate effectively. I'm really impressed with the way he's able to go in on right-handed hitters. Not a lot of young guys are able to do that. Throws his sinker about 2/3 of the time and does not waste time out there. He's up-tempo, gets it and goes, always on the attack, and that has served him well. Worked out pretty good for that guy, too. He feels pretty comfortable when he hands the ball to young Kyle Hendricks.
We want to welcome those men and women around the world watching us on the American Forces Network, as Nick Markakis will lead it off. Lots of good stuff on Kyle Hendricks. After the 4 runs he allowed in his big league debut, including 3 in the first, his ERA 0.84 over his last 6 outings. 1 ball, no strikes.
And so I talked about the sinker, how he relies heavily on that. Has a really good changeup. He'll get a lot of swings and misses with his changeup. Cut the fastball in on the hands of the left-handed hitter. I'm talking with Chris Bosio about him the other day. So he just has a real good feel too when to add, when to stretch out and try to get a little something extra on the fastball. Lowest ERA since July 22nd. Belongs to that man right there. Pretty impressive. 24 years of age.
6'3", 190, and the 1-1 pitch. Sinker is fouled off. Third base side. Markakis coming off 3 consecutive 0 for 4s. Baltimore lost a game on its AL East lead. Now 8 up on the Yankees. And as comfortable as that sounds, I imagine Buck Showalter doesn't feel that comfortable.
Yeah, it's one thing. It's one thing to look at the numbers, analyze them, and go, "There's no way these clubs are going to run them down." But when you're the guy charged with leading the way, and that's your club on top, and people are gunning for you, you tend to think worst case scenario.
Change up to get Markakis.
But the Orioles are in a very commanding situation. It would take an epic collapse for them not to win the AL East. And there's that swing and miss changeup I talked about. See the grip, turns it over a little bit, plays a little peekaboo with the hitter. Here I am, there I go. See you later. Have a seat. Thanks for coming.
Now Steve Pearce, and the news on Manny Machado. He's going to have that right knee surgically repaired, so he's done for the rest of the way. Affects not only Chris Davis, but certainly Pearce.
Well, Pearce has been a very nice story for the Orioles. Part-time players putting up very good numbers. A lot of folks thought the Orioles might finish last in the American League East, and here they are in great shape to win it, but they're going to miss Machado. He's played 82 ball games this year. I think they could get him back on the field. So this is the second time he's had this knee issue. That has to be of great concern to Oriole fans.
Two-one. Hit into deep left center. Alcantara picks it up on the hop. It's a standing double for Steve Pearce. Ball got away briefly from Watkins.
Good look at Pearce with a pretty simple approach there. It kind of minimizes the leg kick, just kind of rocks back, gets his weight set back, and then comes forward through the ball.
Here's Adam Jones. Recently found out he has been asked to play in the All-Star Series in Japan in November. Major League Baseball will send over a contingent to participate in a 5-game exhibition series, and well, he's honored to be chosen. His thing right now is let's just see how things go. He hopes his Orioles team goes deep into October.
Yeah, he's hoping he's out of gas by the time that trip to Japan comes up.
Ron Washington, the Texas Rangers manager, will be the skipper. Strike called 0-2. Be the first such series since 2006. Robinson Cano, Albert Pujols, Yasiel Puig also on the list. I said yesterday, Adam Jones, he just kind of gotten a little better every year, and that's usually how you try to draw it up when you start your career.
Yeah, he was a real late draft pick too. 30. Nope, check that. I'm looking at the wrong guy. He was a high draft pick.
37th overall in 03 by Seattle.
Well, that's awfully high. There was 36 guys that went ahead of him. Yeah, I would not want to disparage Adam Jones and not credit him with being a first-round draft pick. February 08 traded to the Orioles from the Mariners with lefty George Sherrill. Minor league pitcher at the time, Chris Tillman, who's blossomed into a very good starter. Eric Bedard, the main piece that went the other way. Mariners might want to redo on that one.
In the dirt, 1-2.
Jones rarely ever walks. This team has a lot of dangerous hitters, but they have guys who they can be pitched to. That's the line you hear a lot around baseball. Guys with holes, hammer mistakes, but if you execute.
And the Orioles are going to grab the early lead as Jones finds the left field corner. Pierce will score. That's a double. Back-to-back two-base hits.
No, not a bad pitch.
Nice piece of hitting.
Change up. We wanted that one to finish down below the knees. It stayed at the knees, and Jones leaned out and squashed it to left.
Brings up Nelson Cruz. He homered yesterday. He's got 34 now. Ground ball to short. They're going to get Jones. So Baez could have thrown to first, but Jones kind of got caught in no man's land.
Well, Jones, he initially breaks and then he scampers back. This is a bit of a risky play by Baez, but the throw is on the money. The tag is applied by Watkins, and they get their guy. It's interesting. It would be fun to talk to Ricky Renteria tomorrow and get his read on that play, because as Baez turned to throw that ball to second base, I wouldn't be surprised if his thinking was no.
Bounced right to Rizzo. And the inning is over. The Orioles get a run on a couple of doubles. Jones with the RBI, and the Cubs are coming up. Beverage Depot will donate $100 to JDRF. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Interesting. Chris Coughlin in the leadoff spot. 0 for 14 lifetime against Bud Norris. Baez, Rizzo, Valbuena, who's been red hot. Ryan Sweeney in for Justin Ruggiano, who's got a sore left ankle. Wellington Castillo catches. Alcantara center. Watkins again at second, with Hendricks, the pitcher, hitting ninth.
Orioles defensively a very good team. Only a couple of teams have made fewer errors, and the advanced metrics really like this group in terms of runs saved. The outfield, Nelson Cruz, he's never been really good out there. Jones and Markakis, however, are good. Davis, Hardy, Scope, and Pierce around the infield. Nick Hundley, the veteran who came over from the Padres, is behind the plate. The Lexus starting pitcher for the Orioles this afternoon is Bud Norris, 11-7 with a .369 earned run average for Norris. League gets 247 against him. Been able to keep the walks down. He's been good lately, 4-1 with an ERA of 3 since the All-Star break.
He has won each of his last 3 starts. Product of Cal San Luis Obispo. Ball one on Coughlin.
Norris will play the power game. 93 to 95 mile an hour fastball, hard slider. Slider's always been his best pitch. Using the changeup a little bit more this year, and that's helped him to neutralize left-handed hitters. Take a look at a scouting report on the 29-year-old right-hander. Yeah, the slider is the out pitch. Traffic control with runners on base. League hitting just 205 against them. Runners in scoring position 181. And for the most part during his career, left-handers have been a big problem, but this year he's really doing a nice job keeping them in check.
Three and one with Baez on deck. The Orioles got a run off Kyle Hendricks in the top of this inning. And drive is going to be caught by Cruz, who is shaded toward the alley. Coughlin now 0 for 15 against Norris, and here's Baez.
Number 9, Javier Baez.
18 games, 6 home runs for Baez. Second Cub with 6 homers in 18 games or fewer to start his career. Mandy Brooks hit 6 in the first 15 games of his career in 1925.
Mandy.
Before Wrigley Field was known as Wrigley Field.
Mandy Brooks. I'm familiar with Mandy Brooks.
He knew it.
Yeah, that's an extra large there. He's that good slider. Suspect you'll see a fair bit of that, and fastball's up.
Fog really rolling in now to the
Norris should feel right at home, a Northern California guy.
Yeah. A couple of days ago, we were looking at today as being a scorcher.
Yeah, I brought shorts and everything. I was prepared to change.
Oh, don't ever change, JD.
Don't go changing.
Baez held up. Well, a fog delay would just fit right into what's going on this week, wouldn't it?
It would. Maybe we'll get a homer in the Gloman here from Javi Baez.
Norris with a 3-1. It's a strike. And it's 3-2.
I want to give in with a fastball there to Baez. Made a good pitch with his slider, and that creates opportunities for Norris now. He can go slider off the plate, maybe fastball in to try to jam him. Going back to the slider.
He got him on a foul tip, strike 3.
A real good pitch. Baez, who's had an inclination to chase a lot of bad balls, went after a pretty good pitch here. Tight rotation, good downward tilt. Norris 4-4 in his career against the Cubs with a 3.13. 9 starts, 1 appearance out of the pen.
Hitters count here on Rizzo. 0 for 4 in the opener. Norris made his debut with Houston July 29th of 09 at Wrigley Field as a reliever. First career strikeout against Coy Hill. Three and one. Mentioned 3 consecutive wins. He went 7 in his last outing on the south side. Under 6 though in the previous 2 outings. Got a ton of run support. 20 runs combined. Hardy goes out. He needs some help. He'll get it from Cruz, and the inning is over as the fog settles in here at Wrigley Field. 1-0 Orioles.
Decade celebration. You can check it out at WrigleyField100.com. First pitch is at 1:20. Tickets are available on every level of the ballpark, so come on out and enjoy a game here at beautiful Wrigley Field. Treat the kids before school starts. Cubs.com is the place to go for tickets.
A lot of Oriole fans here in Chicago this week. I'm sure many coming to Wrigley Field for the first time.
Yeah, a lot of folks out snapping pictures of the marquee, clad in orange.
One ball, no strikes on J.J. Hardy. The other thing about losing Machado for the rest of the season, he's just so good defensively. And the Orioles, as we said yesterday, they don't strike out a ton of people as a pitching staff, so they rely a lot on their defense. Ball hit hard as it's rolled past Baez and into left center for their 3rd hit. Bring up Scope, the second baseman.
Yeah, well, the Orioles hit a lot of home runs. They don't walk much. They don't hit a lot of home runs. Now, Kyle Hendricks is a guy who's around the plate, generally gets contact and gets a lot of ground balls. So Buck Showalter may be inclined to start some base runners here today. Not so much straight steals, but perhaps play a little hit and run.
Now, wait a minute. I think you misspoke. You said they hit a lot of home runs. They don't walk a lot, and they don't hit a lot of home runs. What was the third thing?
They don't. Okay, so they don't. They hit home runs.
They hit home runs. They don't walk a lot. What was the third one?
Kyle Hendricks gives up a lot of ground balls.
Just clarify. Thought I heard you say they hit a lot of home runs, and they don't walk, and they don't hit a lot.
That may have. It's very possible. As a matter of fact, probable.
They don't steal a lot of bases.
No.
Maybe what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean. Yes. Yeah, they don't steal. They're dead last in the league.
They are. Now, I've got a couple numbers for you. 1-1 to Scope is low. They've got 162 home runs. The next on the list, 16 behind them. They have 32 stolen bases. They trail the 29th ranked team by 7. So they're going to finish last in steals and probably first in homers. We can make that projection this early.
And that's what I was talking with Jim Palmer about before the game. It's kind of old school Baltimore, like the Earl Weaver days. This club doesn't have the starting pitching that those teams did. This team has a really good bullpen.
They got a lot of lefties out there too. He was a righty and still is. Thanks to Jim Palmer for joining us on the pregame, as that ball is fair off the bat of Scope. Hardy to third. Bobby Dickerson puts up both hands. He's going to stop him, and it's another double. 3 doubles for the Orioles here early on against Hendricks.
Well, Hendricks gets his ground ball, but instead of being at somebody or where somebody could make a play on it, it's right down the third base line. This is a no out stop there by Bobby Dickerson. I think Hardy probably could have scored on that ball, but certainly understand him throwing up a stop sign with nobody out. Why take the risk?
Matt Wieters, only 26 games before his season ended. Tommy John surgery on his throwing elbow. So it's Hundley and Caleb Joseph splitting time. Hundley in there today. We got him from San Diego in late May. 1 strike. See the corner men in. They're back up the middle here with nobody out. Now it's foul.
When did Nick Hundley stop switch hitting? Wasn't he a switch hitter?
I believe he was. I think of who to be on the Padres.
Probably
Headley was a switch hitter.
Headley was a switch hitter. He still is a switch hitter. Headley, Hundley.
Oh, Chase Headley. Yeah. That's. One and two. Kyle needs a strikeout here. Got Norris on deck, so if he can get Hundley with the runners staying where they are, he's got a fighting chance to get out of this mess.
Run one up and in on him. Not really a strikeout pitch for Hendricks, but it certainly can be a weak contact pitch. A little soft ground ball to the left side. Infield in, not fully committed, and about halfway in, forcing Hardy to make a decision on the ground ball with nobody out. Highly unlikely he's moving on contact. He's going to be reading it off the bat.
Swing and miss. Yep.
That's exactly the point I was making earlier in my conversation with Chris Bosio about him the other day. He has the ability to add, kind of change his game. He's viewed as a sinker, changeup guy, but every now and then he'll climb the ladder with a 4-seam fastball. Still not going to throw it 95 miles an hour. It certainly can be effective up there if you just down, and boom, all of a sudden you take a shot up there. Norris a good athlete. He's a good hitter.
Now the middlemen will move in a few steps as well. Pitcher at the plate. Here we go. Swing and a miss. lights have been on since we started due to the overcast and foggy conditions. Mid-70s for the temps. Northeast wind.
Good try.
A little flinch by Chris Siegel.
Tempted, but he didn't bite.
Hardy, the runner at third. Scope is at second. And the 2-1. Now 2-2.
Well, Norris, a former National Leaguer, doesn't get a chance to swing the bat that often, and it looks to me like he's trying to hit one out there into the seats at Wrigley Field. I don't get so many chances.
Two tap down the line, foul. Yeah, if the Orioles didn't already know, it's a different ball game in the National League, isn't it? You get a couple of guys on at the bottom of the order in the American League. You don't have to worry about a pitcher hitting. See if Hendricks can put him away.
Norris putting up a good battle here. I think if he were to throw him that runner down and in, he'd probably be able to get a swing and miss over the top. Maybe he'll go change up, real soft. Definitely in swing mode here, protect mode. Or maybe he'll go way up like he did on Hundley. Got to be thinking punch out here.
Another 2-2 and a bouncer. Valbuena only able to slow it down. The throw to the plate. Not in time. Infield hit and an RBI for Bud Norris.
I just credit Bud Norris with having a real tough at bat, hanging in there, and ultimately got a pitch he could put in play. Valbuena can't secure the baseball, and the Orioles have a 2-run lead. Good strong throw by Baez, but Hardy in ahead of the tag.
Scope holding at second, so they're at first and second with one away. Here's Markakis.
Maybe a bit of a regression to the mean game for Kyle Hendricks. Batting average on balls in play against him coming into this game was .250, well below league average. For a contact pitcher who doesn't strike out a lot, I figured that was going to turn around a little bit.
Well, and that's the conversation about Kyle. It's only 7 starts. Okay, so obviously a 1.48 ERA has been just terrific, efficient. The reason he has not been considered a top of the rotation guy in terms of projecting forward is just what we just saw. You know, the lack of 94, 95 to be able to strike somebody out with runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs. Really relying on his smarts and his ability to locate. Long run, and Coghlan makes the catch to get Markakis. Doesn't mean he can't be a number 1. But the margin for error is less for him than it is for others.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, that's the thing. And I've been singing Kyle's praises, and rightly so. But to sustain, for any pitcher to sustain this run he's been on, would be asking for a little too much. We've got a .148 ERA.
He's only given up 2. And he's just trying to limit the damage here. The Orioles are 2 doubles in the first. They've got 3 hits here in the second. Pierce could not hold up. Well, his ability, I think, to keep the ball in the ballpark will help a lot too. And make teams string together 3 or 4 hits to beat him. Never been a guy who's walked a lot of people.
I think Mike Hargrove was the first guy I saw or read use the term pitchability. That's what Hendricks has.
Pierce got his hands way out front of the plate, but he kept the barrel back. And got the benefit of the call. Watch how far forward his hands are. Borderline, but sold it.
I think if Kyle could have one pitch back in this inning, it would be the ball he threw to Norris, the infield hit. I think he has enough confidence in his ability and his ability to make pitches where it would have been worth a shot out of the zone there to Norris, even if he misses, come back and then throw that pitch again to make sure the ball gets put in play.
Runners will go here with 2 outs and a 3-2 count on the batter. Here it comes, fouled back into the press box. Come on, JD, you've got a good wingspan over there.
I have to leave my feet. It was right between Fred and Bruce over there. Now they're arguing about who should have had it. Somebody's got to take charge over there, boys.
Pierce just broke his bat. I know we're getting a lot of tweets, texts from my wife about how hard it's raining in various parts of the Chicagoland area. Let's hope it misses the ballpark. Hendricks having some trouble this inning with that put-away pitch. Another 3-2 and a fly ball to left should be easy for Coghlan, and it is, and the inning is over. The Orioles have got them for a run in each of the first 2 innings.
of the second. The 30th annual Cubs convention will take place at the Sheraton Chicago Hotel and Towers, January 16th to the 18th. Room blocks are now open and can be reserved by visiting cubsconvention.com or by calling 1-800-325-3535. Be sure to ask for the Cubs convention rate. All reservations at the Sheraton come with convention passes built into the hotel package. Slammers are here today. You want to pitch around those guys.
Best of luck to Jackie Robinson West in the U.S. Finals. Williamsport. This Saturday crowd here at Wrigley Field. 2-0. The Orioles have the lead. On the minor league front, a couple of notes. Iowa's playoff chances slipping away quickly. The iCubs have lost 8 in a row, so they're 4 games out with 9 left. Jorge Soler, however, did hit his 6th home run yesterday in 29 games with Iowa. Kane County, JD. Cougars have won 12 in a row. You combine their first and second half records, they're 85 and 45.
Wow.
40 over 500. Strike called on Luis Valbuena.
Orioles fairly aggressive in terms of their defensive positioning. They're shifting. They've got 3 on the right side of the infield for Valbuena here. The advanced metrics mentioned earlier, the Orioles second to the Cardinals in defensive runs saved according to Fangraphs.
Yeah, they rate well on Baseball Reference defensive efficiency, which measures the defense's ability to turn balls in play into outs. And the Cubs did that yesterday, didn't they? Wow. Logan Watkins, a couple of great plays. Ryan Sweeney with that throw to the plate. Nailed Davis. Valbuena made a couple of nice plays too. 3-1.
He's been working behind Cub hitters so far. He hasn't paid a price for it. Came back and got Baez. Came back and got Rizzo.
Ball 4, leadoff walk.
You mentioned some of his recent outings where he's only been able to go 5-6 innings, and a lot of it's because the pitch count has gotten high on him.
Much all the games away from Wrigley were in Houston.
This is his 5th consecutive start in this ballpark against the Cubs.
Fastball strike on Ryan Sweeney. Justin Ruggiano in the original lineup, but he's got a sore left ankle, so it's Sweeney instead. Pierce holds on Valbuena, who has a very short lead. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Another little wrinkle for Norris. You know, he's always had that good slider, and then he's also added this cut fastball.
Really close.
Yeah. I think both pitchers feel like they've been squeezed a little bit here this afternoon. 95 with run, but it was low.
Nationals had their 10-game winning streak snapped last night. The Giants beat him 10-3. How about Joe Panik? 4 for 5. He had an impressive series.
Yeah, I believe the headline I read was panic attack. Good looking young hitter.
He homered for the first time as well. Cutter inside. Bounce foul to first.
Norris using his changeup a little bit more frequently this year, but still, I think the Orioles would like to see him use it a little bit more. There was a spring training game this year. They had kind of made it a point of emphasis with him early on to throw a lot of changeups. A pitch he should develop in the spring training game, and he used the changeup once. And the very next day, Buck Showalter, as a lot of managers like to do, was just kind of roaming around the outfield, chatting up his guys. Sidled on up next to Norris, and he said, "You like to play golf, don't you, bud?" I said, "Yeah, all the time." I said, "Did you ever play around the golf just using your 5-iron?" And I said, "No, never have." I said, "Well, that's what you did yesterday. Got a whole set of clubs, you should use them." Sweeney good the other way.
Good call. Well, wasn't fair, but
that's the right approach. Now you'd be tempted as a left-handed hitter. Excuse me, the defense playing for two. You got that hole on the right side, so you're thinking, well, if I can get out in front of one, cut one off, and pull it through the hole, we can go first to third. But the running fastball that Norris throws, if you try to pull that pitch, yeah, it could be a double play ball. And Sweeney is good at shooting that pitch the other way.
long battle continues. And now it ends. Morris with his second strikeout. He's faced 5 hitters. He's averaged about 6 pitches per batter here early on. That's the cutter. Or is that the slider?
Yeah, it's probably slider.
Yeah, slider at 89 miles an hour.
Yeah, or some hybrid somewhere in between, right? And typically his slider's 85, 86.
Strike called on Castillo. 2 homers his last 4 games, now into double digits for the first time in his career. Ground ball. Diving J.J. Hardy can't get it. The Cubs have their first hit.
Talk about getting on top of the ball. How you hit that pitch on the ground. This pitch is up in his eyes. Some serious top hand employed there by Castillo.
Now Alcantara did a little digging today. Swing and a miss. He has been really susceptible to changeups and splitters batting left-handed. And that has kind of been the report on him. You get him to 2 strikes and you throw that let up. He's hitting 111 on changeups, including no hits with 2 strikes. He's got 33 pitches that you would call changeups or splitters, and he does not have a hit with 2 strikes. And so now it's 0-2, so we'll see what Norris decides to do.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Norris, like I said, doesn't throw his changeup that often, so a situation that may call for it. If he doesn't trust it, he might not throw it. It's always the challenge for the guy behind home plate who's putting down the signs. You know, the scouting report says go soft with this guy, especially when you get ahead. Can my pitcher execute that pitch, or if I ask him to throw a changeup, might he hang it? You're going to go high heater.
And a chopper down the third base line, fair ball. Everybody's safe. So Alcantara, basically a swinging bunt to load the bases with only 1 away.
I don't know if this ball had any chance of going foul or not, but I know that Davis wasn't going to throw at Alcantara. Big high bounding ball. He was back. When it has, you know, when it's that high, you don't know what kind of spin it has. There's a chance that might have kicked foul. Remote.
He really got on top of this ball. I don't think it was. Well, it was about where Huntley put his glove.
Yeah. That's true, right? Castillo went up and got a high pitch, and Alcantara didn't hit his hard, but it's a knock.
Watkins out in the shallow left. That's going to drop. The throw will not be made anywhere until now. Cruz was trying to find a base where he could get a force out, but he could not find one. 2-1 on the bloop single. Watkins with his first 2 career RBIs in this series.
The Cubs with 1 and chance for more now. Kyle Hendricks handles the bat pretty well. Morris got to be cursing his fate a little bit after the Alcantara swinging bunt. Now this little blooper that drops in between Hardy and Cruz. Morris with culpability as well. He allowed the leadoff walk to Valbuena that got this started.
See what Hendricks has up his sleeve here. Showing an ability to handle the bat pretty well. A big rip at it, fouled it straight back. Sent those fans scattering in the first 2 rows, even though there's a net in front of them. Our AT&T U-verse multi-view, a walk and 3 hits here in this inning. Swing and a miss on the slider. Well, you mentioned Hendricks, a pitch he made to Norris, one that he might want to take back. So Norris kind of in a similar spot here, right? Bases loaded, 1 out, facing the pitcher.
Mm-hmm. You know, the 2-2 pitch is the one that becomes the key, because with the opposing pitcher up there, you're thinking, well, I don't want to run full and risk walking him. But that's why I thought, you know, Hendricks with his command would feel comfortable. Even if he couldn't get Norris to chase the 2-2, he'd probably still be able to get them, you know, put the 3-2 in play. I suspect Norris is just going to try to go swing and miss on the slider away here. Threw it back up on him.
It's 2-2. 3 on, 1 out. A run in. The 2-2 pitch. Hendricks giving Norris.
The last 2 sliders. The first one backed up. Was way inside. That one was kind of flat out over the plate. Outfield really shallow for the Orioles. Expect Hendricks to hit the ball over their heads, nor should they. Castillo does not possess speed at third base, so they want to have a chance to throw him out on a medium deep fly ball.
Wicks giving Norris a dose of his own medicine after that good battle when Norris was at the plate.
Funny when you're fearful of hanging a breaking ball. You try to snap off a real good one, and that's typically when you do hang it. You trust your normal delivery and try to ask yourself to do a little something extra.
This is getting fun.
How many's that? Yeah. 45 on the ball game for Norris. Here comes number 9 in this sequence to Hendricks. Here come the Ponchos.
Start raining here any second. Strike 3 called. Not the end of the world. He didn't hit into a double play, and he made Norris work. And the inning still continues.
Yeah, at the end of the day, a good plate appearance there by Hendricks. Took a bite out of Norris, made him throw a lot of pitches. Kyle didn't like the call, but it was a good 2-seamer on the inside corner. So can Coughlin finally break through against Norris?
Coughlin drives one down the left field line, but it's going to twist foul and out of play.
A little frustrated that Hendricks put up the fight that he did.
That one missed.
Much more civilized. We have a lot of conversations about the nature of baseball back in the day. I read a note the other day. This date in baseball history, like 1900, 1901. I can't remember who the principals were, but the guy fouled off 8 consecutive pitches, and the pitcher went in and just slugged him. Slugged the hitter. that's old school.
Way to end an argument. I would not encourage you.
We're going to settle this like men.
Hey, we've had another protest, and I think this one has merit as well. I'm still looking at the details. Joe Madden has told crew chief Bob Davidson in Toronto that they're going to play the game under protest because of a successful challenge by the Blue Jays after apparently the pitcher was back on the mound and the hitter was in the batter's box. So the Rays are saying that's too late. Very interesting.
Yeah.
And the Blue Jays lead that game 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th. The rule states the next play shall commence when the pitcher is on the rubber preparing to start his delivery. The batter has entered the batter's box.
So that's what was going on.
It appeared Mark Burley was on the mound and that Yunel Escobar was in the box. And then the challenge happened. 2-2. And a good education this week on how you protest games. 3 on, a run in, and a 2-2 to Coughlin. And Hundley just saved a run, at least for the time being, by getting in front of that pitch, and it almost hit Coghlan.
Yeah, initially I thought it got him, but no reaction from Chris. He was able to avoid contact, and did that get all the way through to the umpire?
It may have. Let's see.
No,
yes, it did.
Yeah, little glove, little leg.
So a save there inadvertently by Chris Siegel. Wow.
Under duress, pitchers tend to lean on their favorite pitch. For Norris, that's the slider.
Runners will go. Base hit. That could clear him into the right field corner. Castillo in. Alcantara scores. Watkins is in. Coghlan with a triple.
Well, you said it at the time, not the worst case scenario when Hendricks struck out as opposed to bouncing in to a double play. Give him credit. Good lengthy at bat by Hendricks. And then Coghlan delivers. Norris has to be tired. He's throwing a lot of pitches in this inning. Not like a fighter, a boxer who's out there taking a lot of hits. He's worked awfully hard, and that slider's gotten flat on him, and Coghlan made him pay.
A visit from the pitching coach Dave Wallace. The Cubs now lead this one 4-2.
First hit in his career off Bud Norris makes Coghlan 1 out of 16 against him. The anatomy of a big inning: a leadoff walk, a couple of soft hits, some good at bats, and then one big hit.
It is getting a lot darker with a lot of rain in the area as the Cubs continue this second inning. Here's Baez. On your television, it probably looks like a night game right now, but it's about 2:20 in the afternoon.
That wind has turned around.
And now left to right. It was blowing straight in when we started.
Yeah, I did my baseball card test before the game. Flipped one out there, and it landed in the section right below us.
Yeah, the phrase "batten down the hatches" kind of is coming to mind.
Granny, get in the root cellar.
And when I started saying that the skies are dark, it has gotten appreciably darker in the last 17 seconds. 0-2, Baez fouls.
Yeah, the analogy between the fighter, Norris, he just needs to get to his corner right now because he's taking it on the chin. He's thrown so many pitches in this inning, and he's kind of heaving it homeward, and that's when you make another big mistake. That was a pretty aggressive fastball to Javi Baez. Get tired. It's not so much you lose stuff, you just lose pitch making ability. Your legs get a little wobbly.
I feel like tweeting to Auntie M.
Dorothy? Dorothy, where are you, child?
Baez went, I think. He did. That's strike 3.
Here comes the ground square. Here comes Roger. I think they're going to cover it.
They're going to bring the tarp right now. Yep, they're not going to wait.
Nope. Wise decision. Get out ahead of it as much as.
So we'll keep it here for a second. As it has started to lightly rain. We will have a delay. What an inning by the Cubs. as they put up 4 runs. Now we're a long way away from an official game. We've only played 2 innings here. Now you just hope the starters can stay in after a delay that will last however long it lasts.
It may be tougher for Norris because of all the pitches he's made already. If there's any kind of length of this delay. These guys are getting after this grounds crew.
So we will
they're grounds crewing like they got something to prove.
They are. We're going to take our inning break, and then we'll come back and we'll get you set for rain delay programming. 4-2 Cubs after 2.
changed directions for about the 5th time since I got to the ballpark. Looks like it's blowing pretty hard from right to left right now. And Justin working for the 60th time. He's 3-2 with a 431 earned run average. Last couple of weeks he's been really sharp. Did, however, allow a run last time out a couple of days ago against the Giants.
Hey, congrats to the Jackie Robinson West Little League team. They're in the finals. And a big cheer here at the ballpark when they won the game today to win the U.S. final. What a great story.
Yes, if there was a silver lining to the rain, to the clouds and the rain, it was the fact that we got to sit and watch those kids play ball. That was a lot of fun. It's a lot of stress to put those kids under, man. The tears were flowing on both sides with seemingly every play there in the late innings.
Adam Jones will lead it off here in the 3rd. The Cubs a winner yesterday and have a 4-2 lead as we resume. Jones doubled and picked up an RBI in the 1st inning in his 78th run of the year.
It is not uncommon to see the pitchers take over a game like this after a long delay. Sometimes tough for the position players to restart their engines.
3 hours and 9 minutes. The official rain delay, so add that to 6.5 hours. And a lot of sitting around this week. 2 strikes on Jones. Cruz on deck. Going to go in.
Yeah, that's I talked about Justin being crisp here lately, and this is one of the things he's been able to do. His fastball command has been much better. Making quality pitches in on right-handed hitters. Early in the year, he was cutting that pitch off a lot. Just leave it over the plate but down.
Two and two the count. Got it. Swing and a miss on a good fastball. Running in on the right-handed hitter. 1 away.
Quality work. Ties him up with a good 2-seam fastball at 93 miles an hour. You see the late run.
Grim to Cruz. Good curve at 81. Going into action today, Cruz leading the majors with 34 homers. Jose Abreu with 33. Giancarlo Stanton with 32. Pretty good race. Abreu did not homer in the White Sox loss to the Yankees in New York. Carlos Beltran did, though. He hit his 15th. Anthony Rizzo's on the list. Foul pop. Castillo gives it a look, but it's a souvenir. Fan nearly made the catch, and the gentleman who did make the play was a scout, and he gave it to the youngster. Nicely done.
Well played, Russ.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
And I don't know the conversation, what the thinking was when they decided how they were going to use the pitching the rest of the way here for the Cubs. But I do like the idea of bringing Grimm in this situation. In that, as we mentioned, the position players, everybody's been kind of dormant, sitting for a long time. To come out of that clubhouse after 3 hours of just hanging out and have to contend with his stuff is a big challenge. There's the little guy who tried to make a play in that pop-up, went off his hands, and ultimately got the souvenir.
Hand is stinging a little bit, but a little less now that he ended up with the ball. Davis, a batter.
That's a queso. Coming out of that bullpen firing pellets.
95 on strike 1.
Yeah, numbers way off for Chris Davis this year. He still had 21 home runs, but better than 50 last year. The batting average way down.
In the outside corner. 1-2. J.J. Hardy's on deck. On Kyle Hendricks, 2 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. Didn't walk anybody, struck out a pair. Now a fly ball, right field. It's going to stay in, and it's caught. Well, the wind actually kind of pushing that ball a little more fair. Right now it's going pretty hard from right to left. 4-2 Cubs in the 3rd. Hashtag Northside Fan Photo for a chance to have it appear in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by AT&T. There's veteran right-hander Ubaldo Jimenez. It has not gone well for him this year. 20 starts. This is his first relief appearance of the year, and in 9 big league seasons, it's only the second relief appearance. The other one was right off the bat with the Rockies back in 2006.
He did his best work with the Rockies. Was an all-star in 2010 when he won 19 ball games.
Rizzo sends a towering drive out into deep center. Adam Jones is back on the track. Little leap and the catch in the vines. One away. Well played by Jones.
Yeah, he's a good one. One peek to find the wall and up into the ivy to finish it off.
Well, the first relief appearance for Jimenez at this level was his major league debut September 26th, 2006 with the Rockies. His first major league start came here at Wrigley Field, in fact, that October 1st.
Orioles signed him to a 4-year, $50 million deal in the offseason. He had a nice bounce back year for Cleveland last year. After struggling for a couple of seasons, enough to convince the Orioles to give him a shot. So far, it has not worked out. Velocity's gone down consistently over the last 3 or 4 years. From a guy who used to work pretty consistently in the mid-90s to a guy now who's just sitting right around 90 miles an hour with the fastball. Did a lot of good work with Colorado and traded to Cleveland, and now here as a free agent with the Orioles.
Swing and a miss by Valbuena. 2 down. That'll bring up Ryan Sweeney. Bud Norris went 2 innings, gave up 4 runs, all coming in that second. He had a 1-2-3 first. It's in there for a strike. Down to get it, and smacked it foul out of play. Jimenez has a different looking motion, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's always had a high walk rate. He's walked 14% of the hitters he's faced this year, which is way higher than average.
Seems to pull his hands over his head pretty late compared to most guys from the windup.
Yeah, stabbing action, takes the ball back. He's 30 years of age.
There's a splitter. There's a nasty one. He goes 1-2-3. Gets some help from a center fielder on the first out, and then 2 strikeouts. 4-2 Cubs after 3.
Central, the inspiring story of a man with cerebral palsy attempting to run the Chicago Marathon. Hear about his mission, the obstacles, and his unwavering determination. Tune in for this emotional story tomorrow evening, 10:30 on Sportsnet Central. Guts, the Jeff Hobbs story.
Fourth inning. 3-hour and 9-minute delay after 2 innings.
That little one's taking a power nap.
Hardy with a single and a run in the second. Certainly the premier home run hitting shortstop the last few years in Major League Baseball. This year, not so much. 7 so far. The 1-0 from Grimm. 2-0. Hardy's had a really good month of August. Same for Markakis. He got under that one and pops it up. Watkins in the outfield grass makes the play. Scope, who doubled his first time. I asked him about the batting gloves or lack thereof. And as I asked him, he had 2 batting gloves velcroed around his back in the clubhouse. He said, on occasion I will just try to mix it up and use gloves, but mainly not. He likes the feel of the bat without the gloves. So pretty simple answer. Fastball a little low. Well, that Toronto protest will be interesting. The Rays played the game under protest after what they believed was a late call for a replay challenge by the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays won the game 5-4 in 10 innings. Bouncer to third, Valbuena makes the play. So let's give you kind of the story.
What do you got here?
Mark Burley, I don't know who the runner was. I think it was Will Myers. Okay, so he's called safe over there at first. See, Burley had walked to the mound, and Yunel Escobar was in the box. And now John Gibbons comes out. So kind of had a little glimpse there, but Joe Madden was basically claiming that no, it's too late.
Yeah, I wish we had a longer look at Burley. I'm not sure exactly what, where if he was ready to pitch. If anybody's going to be ready to pitch, it's going to be Mark Burley. You know that, one of the fastest workers in the game.
Yeah.
And it looked like the home plate umpire was telling John Gibbons, like, no, you can't challenge it for that reason. And then there's Bob Davidson. He's the crew chief. Apparently he decided to allow the review.
Yeah, so Bob Davidson after the game told a pool reporter, quote, Escobar was just about getting in, but I'm looking at Gibbons. He's coming out. He's not a speed merchant. I thought it's on time. We want to get the play correct. That's what we're out here for. So technically Joe Madden might have been correct, but then you get into this whole
spirit of the rule.
Well, spirit of the rule, and the replay was right, but I think if we kind of go back to what happened here the other night, how close to the spirit of the rule are you going to get? That's a question for MLB. Can't tell you what the answer is. So Watkins again will make the play. Mechanical issue on the field. The timeliness of a replay.
Slow walking manager.
4-2. '90-year-old John Attack on military recognition today. Served in the U.S. Navy as a seaman first class aboard the USS Essex in the Pacific during World War II. A lifelong Cub fan. When he was 10, he helped clean out the ballpark after games to get a free ticket for the next afternoon's contest. Great to have him here. And the Cubs are proud to salute the men and women of the United States Armed Forces and will honor them with a special ceremony prior to the Monday afternoon September 1st game against the Brewers. Fans who purchase seats through the Cubs special events page will get a special commemorative coin. Tickets are only available through Cubs.com/special events. Wellington Castillo, a single and a run in the second. Cubs got 4 that inning before the rain started. Rained in Washington, D.C. Raining in Atlanta. I'm sorry, in Cincinnati. Braves and the Reds. I don't think we'll get started on time.
Castillo's been swinging a little bit better here of late. Single first time up. He picked on a high fastball. Able to get on top of it. Between third and short for a base hit. Guys have not lost their enthusiasm for the game despite the long delay.
Blowing outside in the dirt to make it 1-2.
At times Jimenez can look very mechanical on the mound. This goes here, then that goes there, and there's a whole lot going on that could get out of sync. This is a big, long guy. Watch how far his arm travels as he pulls the ball back, way back behind his body.
Picked up by Davis. High throw, and that bounced off the tarp and out of play. So Castillo will be given second base. That's an error.
The Orioles, coming into this weekend, were hopeful that they, at least publicly, that they would get Manny Machado back at some time. Announced earlier today that that's not going to happen. Chris Davis is going to be probably playing a fair bit of third base going forward. He's only been out there 9 or 10 times. Machado, a standing defensive player.
Alcantara shows bunt. Takes ball 1. Infield hit for him. A 2-strike pitch. His only time up, and he would later score on the Coughlin triple.
I think he's swinging here. I think that's a bunt, show bunt to get him to creep in a little bit. Sort of twice, so maybe he is going to bunt. We were talking about talking to Ricky Renteria about this over in New York recently. Ask a guy sometimes, just go ahead and show bunt. Let's get those infielders to move in. Go ahead and let it fly.
3-0. That's a strike.
One pitch, one spot right here. Something you could do some damage with. If not, let it go.
Ground ball to first. Throw goes to third. Nice pick by Davis. If that were home plate, he'd be called for blocking the running lane, but that doesn't happen at third. So Pierce to Davis.
Well, what a heads-up play by Steve Pierce. You rarely see this. Ground ball to the right side. It was sharply hit. Quickly assesses the situation. Knows he had a shot at Castillo. Makes a good throw. And nice pick on the other end by Davis. Not particularly close. Perhaps assuming no play would be made on him. Bad assumption.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Here's Watkins with Alcantara now at first.
Joey Votto made a play like that to save Homer Bailey's no-hitter, did he not? Rings a bell. Votto throwing the ball to third base.
I believe you're right. Yep.
He was playing way off the line, and
I think
that was his only option. Yeah.
Say which no hitter.
Yeah, the most recent one. Well, Jimenez looks like a guy you should be able to run on. Big, tall right-hander. It's a little time to get unfolded with that delivery.
Comeback sinker missed the inside corner. 1-1 to Watkins.
15 steals against him this year, 6 caught stealing with Jimenez on the mound.
Watkins with a slightly closed stance. 21st round pick of the Cubs in 2008 out of Goddard, Kansas. He was a Cubs minor league player of the year 2012.
Hundley, the catcher, has caught 3 of 20. Pretty favorable matchup here if Alcantara was thinking about trying to steal second base, and you'd love to be able to get him in scoring position to make up for the steal play at third.
Very nicely done, young man.
Alcantara may be about a half step longer with his lead. Pinsky with the stopwatch, giving Alcantara the times. Perhaps nudging him a little bit.
There he goes. Caught strike 3. Throw to second. Safe. Sixth steal for Alcantara.
Boy, quick first step. He is very explosive. Only got off a pretty good throw, but Alcantara clearly in ahead of the tag.
Grimm with 2 innings already on the mound, and he'll take the at bat.
Say ideally you'd like to have gotten into scoring position during the Watkins plate appearance. Well, Grimm has lobbied to be a starter. He was with the starter, was a starter with the Rangers last year.
Maybe if he gets a hit, that'll help his cause. Got to get me in that 9 spot, Skip. 1 and 2.
Shaking his head. That's not a strike. A strike, I would hit it off the wall.
Swing and a miss on a breaking ball to end the inning. 4 Ks for Jimenez through his 2 innings, but the Cubs still lead by 2.
Three-game set at the Great American Ballpark. It's our last trip to the Queen City this year. It all comes your way Tuesday at 6 on Comcast Sports Net. Cubs and Reds. Reds are leaking oil, boy.
We're never going to Cincinnati again?
Never again. Not this year. Got to get your fill of Skyline chili while we're there. Order a big gallon of it to take home. Freeze it. And have it all winter long.
I'm not a Skyline chili guy. Grater's ice cream? Yes.
Oh, there we go.
I'm in. So the Orioles will bat here in the 5th inning with the Cubs leading 4-2. It'll be Jimenez to lead it off against Justin Grimm.
Jimenez hitting in the National League with the Rockies. Trying to recall whether he could swing it or not. I seem to think that he could. Well, career batting 114. That doesn't really excite you too much.
Well, he hit .333 in 2006. He was 1 for 3. Best year at the plate.
And they just started throwing him curveballs after that.
Chops one to Grimm. Oh, underhand to Rizzo for the out. Grimm has faced 7 and has retired all of them. Markakis. Drafted out of high school by the Reds, but decided instead to go to junior college. Went to Young Harris College.
Where's that?
Wish I could tell you. Georgia. Position player and a pitcher in college. You know where it's located?
No.
Young Harris, Georgia. They're the Mountain Lions.
That's the name of the town, Young Harris?
Yeah. Billy Buckner went there, the pitcher, the former Cub first baseman. It's bounced foul past third.
Kakis wasn't trying to go the other way. He was just beat by that fastball, but almost turned into gold for him. Would have been an easy double. On the third baseline, Valbuena well off the line, playing him to pull. Ooh, good hook. This is Justin Grimm's longest outing of the year. He's gone 2 innings a couple of times. Last time he did that was back on June 21st.
Fastball off the outside.
You know, we've been focusing so much on Javi Baez, Kyle Hendricks, these young players that have come up and done so well. Grimm is turning out to be a very nice story this year as well. He's really turned his season around. Struggled with his control for a good portion of the season, but lately he's been so sharp. And obviously his stuff is really good.
10 August appearances. Going into today, so he had the 2 innings already. Only 2 runs allowed this month. He hasn't walked anybody.
Yeah.
Now, I say that with a 3-2 count. Probably setting it up for you know what, but that's a good development. Strike 3 called. Way to go, Justin. You bailed me out.
Casper jinxed him. He said he hasn't walked anybody in a long time.
Let the record show that it was the anti-jinx. I never get credit for that.
Pitch number 7 right at the knees.
People don't remember the ground ball to short, right, in the shift.
That's right.
They only remember the one that got through. If anybody ever says I jinx it, I'm going to point to that moment in time. 8th year for Steve Pearce. Pirates, Orioles, Astros, Yankees, and then Orioles again. His best career numbers have been in a Baltimore uniform. 828 OPS over 2 stints. They might need a little more out of him in terms of playing time than they had previously thought because of the injury to Manny Machado. As Chris Davis gets more reps at third and Pearce at first. Backhanded play. Baez. Pearce is out. Grim cruising. He's pitched 3 sparkling innings. Cubs lead 4-2. Bleachers during the Wednesday, September 3rd game against the Brewers. Purchase your special Budweiser bleacher tickets through the special events page to redeem an exclusive limited edition Cubs glass mug. Tickets are only available through Cubs.com/special events. And thank you, Luke. Usually we thank them and then read the promo. We decided to do it.
Yeah, shake it up a little bit.
Shake it up, as the Cars sang. The 1-0 on Coughlin. High fly to right. Markakis squeezes. Coughlin, the hit of the day, the go-ahead to 3-run triple right before the rain started in the second.
Jimenez with this demotion to the bullpen. He's trying to put his best foot forward. His team's in contention. His team has a comfortable lead, as a matter of fact, in the AL East. So he's saying all the right things. Just want to help the team win. Good sink on that fastball at 91. So it's a challenge for a guy that used to throw 96 to have to learn how to pitch with the fastball. It's more like 90, 92. We have seen 93 from him here today. Command is, as I mentioned, has always been an issue. Works a high walk rate. And this year the home run's been an issue too. 14 long ones allowed in 110 innings. And he's in a dangerous count here to a dangerous hitter.
Jock Peterson plays AAA ball for the Albuquerque Isotopes.
would have been a good one to swing at. I like him 3-0. I like him swinging. Anyway.
They are going to give away his car next Friday. Swing and a miss, 3-2. The press release reads, one lucky fan at the Albuquerque Isotopes game next Friday, August 29th, will drive away or tow away outfielder Jock Peterson's luxurious 1994 Buick Century. Fans will not want to miss the chance to win this one-of-a-kind car driven by the next Dodgers superstar. The car, nicknamed Little Chucky, has only 166,000 miles on it, has at least one operable window, which is really all you need. It's perfect for cruising around during the New Mexico summers with its awesome stereo system and lack of air conditioning. Swing and a miss, so Jimenez comes back and strikes out Baez. Kelly Blue Book estimates the value at nearly $1,000 depending on if it has a full tank of gas.
That's old school there. I like it.
Well, you can win Jock Peterson's 20-year-old car.
Yeah, I don't know about the modern minor league player, but that was fairly typical back in the day for AAA. You just buy this old beater for the summer. Buy it for $500 and give it away, or sell it for $200 at the end of the summer. I have a teammate in AAA in Columbus, Ohio, Mark Silva, relief pitcher. He bought a car that by midsummer the lights didn't work, so he was fine driving to the ballpark, but driving home from the game we had to put a car in front of him, a car behind him. We had to kind of
do a caravan.
Yeah. Slide in behind us here, Sil, and we'll get in front of you and we'll get you home. So he would drive home with no lights.
Woo! Fastball comes back over the plate to make it 1-2 on Rizzo. 4-2. The Cubs have the lead. All their runs came in the second inning. That was pre-rain delay. You were right on. You said a lot of times pitchers kind of dominate after a lengthy rain delay, and that has absolutely happened here.
Yeah, it's hard for the players to kind of get back up to speed with the intensity.
Feathered into left, and a base hit in front of Cruz. First hit of the series for Rizzo.
Now the delay came early enough in this ball game where the position players are going to get at least a couple of at bats, so that may change. Typically after a long delay, it's been hours since they swung a bat. When you're a pitcher and you're charged with pitching, it's easy to get ramped up regardless of the situation.
I think our post-rain delay performance has been pretty good. You know why? We've had a lot of practice. Swing and a miss by Valbuena. Hardy over on the left side of the infield. Everybody else on the other side. Davis plays between the first and second baseman.
Valbuena got the rally started in the second, working a leadoff walk.
Might have been one of those lunch and dinner at the ballpark kind of days. 3-1, hit hard. Look out, E. Eric Hinsky. Oh.
This ball smoked. You talk about turning on one. Thankfully, that does not get a piece of Eric. He's playing a little deeper right now.
I was going to say, it's just like when guys used to throw at you, right, Eric? Foul ball. Diving attempt by Pierce. Rizzo goes on the 3-2, and Valbuena just gets a piece of it to spoil it. What's going on with the Twins? They scored 20 runs beating the Tigers last night. They got 12 more today in the first game of a doubleheader. 12-4 the final. In the air to center, Adam Jones underneath it to end the inning. We go to the 6th. The Cubs lead the Orioles 4-2.
Ball game here at Wrigley Field under dry conditions. The newborn fan club is the perfect gift to showcase what it means to be a Cub for life. Receive a customized photo announcing the birth on the Wrigley Field marquee, a Cubs birth certificate, Cubs baby stocking cap, and a Cubs Rookie of the Year onesie. Perfect for parents and friends alike. Visit Cubs.com for more information and to sign up today.
You want to see what you might win if you go to the Albuquerque game next Friday?
There it is. That's a sweetheart.
I like it with no hubcaps.
Hubcaps are overrated. That's just jewelry. Need to get from point A to point B. Jock Peterson, 32 home runs at Albuquerque this year, hitting .301. He's the guy at the trade deadline when the Dodgers were looking to deal. A lot of folks had interest in him. They didn't want to let him go. Understandably so.
Because he's got a sweet ride.
Yeah.
Grimm against Jones, whose double in the first was his first career hit in this ballpark. Had been 0 for 13 at Wrigley Field. 3 perfect innings so far for Grimm after the rain delay. Good slider.
Yeah, and the way he's throwing the ball, and I'm sure they're talking with him in between innings. How you feeling? You gas? I'm good to go. Let me go. Stretch me out.
Got a chance to grab a win today. The starter, Hendricks, cannot. He only went 2 innings. Has been in total command. Boy, really got in on him. And a weak ground ball, and the stretch by Rizzo. Baez's throw was in the dirt, a little offline, but Rizzo stretched out, did the split, stayed on the bag, made the play.
He's holding his glove to his chest to tell Baez, hit me here. Baez will say, hey, thanks, big fella. Pretty flexible, the big bear.
I'm just glad he didn't get his foot stepped on. Had it kind of on top of the base. Pitch to Cruz. Ball 1. Cruz hit 8 home runs in the 2011 postseason for Texas. What a game 2 in Detroit, or versus Detroit rather, the ALCS, game tying homer in the 7th, and technically the first ever game ending grand slam in postseason history in the bottom of the 11th. 7-3 Texas win. Robin Ventura did it for the Mets in 1999, but his teammates mobbed him before he got to second base. That made it an RBI single. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Game 4 at Detroit threw out Miguel Cabrera at home plate from right. A tie game in the bottom of the 8th. As he draws the walk.
There's that first walk. But an extended outing for Grimm today. And Ricky Renteria, who had been going batter for batter with him, and with Davis, a left-handed power hitter coming up, he's about to make a move. But what a job by Justin Grimm. Really got stretched out here this afternoon.
Chris Valleca will come in along with Wesley Wright. Looks like Luis Valbuena is out. What a job by Grimm. 3 1/3. He got 10
look
outs.
at Ricky with a big smile on his face going, way to go, man. Way to pick us up.
final out of the 5th inning, and that's where the pitcher spot goes, as Wesley Wright will face Chris Davis.
Wesley on for the 50th time, 2.54 the ERA. He's allowed just 2 home runs this year in 39 innings. And Davis, a left-handed hitting slugger. And look at his numbers. He's actually been better against left-handed pitching this year. He's hitting below 200 against both right and lefties. His power numbers against lefties are solid. 7 home runs, 126 at bats, 421 slugging. Not great, but not shabby.
Swing and a miss. Will get out of play. So I love the cartoon Oriole logo. I only have one thing I would change.
Okay.
So the logo on the helmet and the hat is of an Oriole wearing an Orioles cap. I wish on the cap, instead of O's, that it was a cap of a cap of a cap of a cap of a cap. You know what I mean? The Oriole wearing the logo with the Oriole wearing the logo, and it just keeps getting smaller and smaller. Could you imagine the detail they'd have on see the cap he's wearing? It says O's. His cap should be the same cap that Chris Davis is wearing. So it's like looking at yourself in the two-sided mirror, right? Where it just goes on and on and on and on. I think that way. I don't know why, but it's been bothering me the whole weekend. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, it kind of gets you, You're saying that the logo has a cap on it, so therefore the picture of the logo would have to have a cap on it.
Yeah.
The Toronto Blue Jays are either suing or threatening to sue the Creighton Blue Jays because of their logo.
Right.
But I mean, if you're going to have a logo of a Blue Jay, it's kind of got to look like a Blue Jay, right?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think you can claim that we're the only ones that can have the Blue Jay in our logo.
One strike on Hardy. Cut and a miss.
Right, throws both a slider and a curveball. Well placed, down and in under the hands. Hardy with at least 20 home runs in each of the last 3 seasons, the only shortstop in Major League Baseball to do that. It's interesting because it didn't seem like that long ago, and there's a whole bunch of shortstops that were doing that routinely.
Off the plate in on a fastball at 90.
You know, so if you're going to do a Blue Jay, you got to have a Blue Jay head somewhere on there, and that's what they're disputing. And I get the fact that the bird head looks the same, but again, freaking Blue Jay. It's got to look like a Blue Jay. It's pointing the other way. Doesn't have the maple leaf. We should have brought that up with Doug McDermott when we had him in the booth the other day.
Right. Now, is one of the teams Blue Jay is one word?
Yes. Creighton, I believe.
Wright gets Hardy, Tagged by Castillo for the out. To end the inning, 4-2 Cubs. Broadcaster along with Gary Thorne on Orioles television, and what a career he had. 19 seasons all in an Orioles uniform. Won the Cy Young 3 different times, and at least one World Series win in 3 different decades. Went into the Hall in 1990.
Big right-hander with smooth delivery right over the top, riding fastball and a big curveball. Never gave up a grand slam in his career.
Wow, I love that note. I didn't know that. Three balls, no strikes. Sweeney's on. Castillo now. Single and then reached down an error. Sinker a little bit in, and it's 1-1. Obviously, not everybody has stayed because of the 3-hour plus rain delay, but 37,156th paid crowd today. We'll get out of play behind the Baltimore bullpen.
We don't see many teams put a shift on for Castillo. Scope, the second baseman, is not all the way over on the pull side of second base, but he's pretty much up the middle. Wide open hole on the right side with Pierce holding Sweeney there.
Oh, Matt Vito, thanks for the tweet. The Droste or Droste effect, the effect of a picture appearing within itself. That's what I should have said, but I didn't know anything about it.
I would have known if it said that.
Caught by Markakis in foul territory. It's called recursive, the appearance, smaller version, and smaller version. The effect is named after the image of Droste or Droste cocoa powder, which is a Dutch brand. And the box is a woman with a tray with a coffee mug and then a box of cocoa. And the picture is of her holding a box of cocoa. The box in the box is her holding. You get the idea.
Yeah. We've done it again. I've learned something new today.
How about this?
Droste effect.
Examples of this effect, according to Wikipedia, says in the 80s, Cubs announcer Harry Carey regularly appeared on WGN standing next to a television set that was tuned to WGN, showing Harry and the TV, thus forming that effect.
Way back early in this ball game, you talked about Alcantara and his tendencies this year and how he struggled with off-speed stuff, change-ups and splitters. And splitters, pretty good pitch for Jimenez. So that was one there, missed down. Might have been a sinker.
There it is. We did it.
Man,
that's what the Orioles hat should look like.
That's the Droste effect right there.
See, I told you we're better after rain delays.
Yep. You're not going to get this anywhere else,
Look
folks.
At that. On the ground and through for a base hit. He's 2 for 3.
Yeah, base hit in the second inning was just a little swinging bunt, a little tapper down the third baseline. That was a good solid single. An RBI base hit in the ball game yesterday. Starting to show some signs of life.
Right arm hurts just watching him whip it behind his body as he gets set to make the pitch. Splitter missed 2-0.
Sutton was a rapper, right? Rick Sutton was to wrap the ball behind his back. As far behind as Ubaldo does. And Ubaldo does it with such force. It really snaps it back there.
Suppose a hitter could get a look at the grip when it's behind his back, but you don't really want to move your eyes around that much. Pick up that release point.
They look out over his right shoulder, kind of where they put him in a tunnel. They look at that tunnel out there.
3-0, 2 on, 1 out. Cubs trying to add on here. The automatic 3-0 strike. 3-1. pop fly center field. Sweeney goes back to tag and holds.
He was long and smooth and over the top. Want that combination of fastball up, big old curveball down below the knees. Like the elite pitchers of his generation, routinely up around or over 300 innings in a season.
Into center, to base hit. Sweeney will be sent. Jones up with it. He's going to throw to third, and it's late. That could have been close.
Yes, that was dangerous.
If Alcantara had been tagged out, and it's moot now. And that's why Jones made the play. He had no shot at Sweeney. Well, Baleka makes it 5-2.
You got to be careful here if you're Arizmendi Alcantara. Jones originally looks towards home and then readjusts and throws to third, causes the throw to be a little bit late and a little bit offline. If he's thinking third immediately, he might get Arizmendi, and it might cost the Cubs a run. I believe that play would have been made before Sweeney crossed home plate.
So a run in there at the corners. And it's Coughlin. Illinois men's basketball coach John Gross will join us in the top of the 7th. Extra credit to the coach for sticking with us through the 3-hour 9-minute rain delay. Hardy in shallow left, and the inning is over. Cubs add on. They now lead by 3. It's 5-2 as we head off to the 7th. Over the first place Orioles and leading today 5-2. And great to have with us University of Illinois men's basketball coach John Gross. Coach, thanks for sticking it out. This game started at 1:20. We are nearing 7 o'clock, and you're ready for the 7th inning stretch.
Yep, I'm a little toughness and togetherness. That's one of our team mottos, and obviously we were talking off the air there. I thought Jackie Robinson West, they really they showed that toughness and togetherness today. So we're awful proud of them here in our state and in the city.
See, Cubs love JRW. They've got that T-shirt going around the clubhouse. As Wesley Wright continues on, Jonathan Scope takes a strike. So heading into your third year at Illinois, and how are things looking as we near the fall and winter?
Well, we're excited. This is the oldest team and the most mature team that we've had, certainly in the 3 years that we've been there, with 5 starters back, 7 out of 9 rotational players, 2 transfers that were double-figure scores become eligible, and then 2 very good freshmen. So it's the most continuity we've had. I think we've built a roster of talented people and players. We have a lot of depth, and we're looking forward to the season starting really Monday morning when we start our fall training.
Baez makes the play, 1 away.
How's the conference shaping up?
Well, it's going to be good as always. I mean, it's been ranked #1 in the RPI more than any league in the last 5 or 10 years. You play in front of the most fans if you play in our league. The Big Ten Network televises with help from CBS and ESPN all the games in our league. So it's a big time stage, big time basketball. So we're looking forward to it. Great coaches, great players. Every night's a dogfight.
That's fun, right?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, if you love challenges and you love competition, I mean, it's the best. I mean, our guys really enjoy it, and certainly at Illinois, we love challenges. We welcome that, and we're looking forward to the battle, here as we. But obviously, first we've got non-conference, and we're going to take it one day at a time in an effort to continue to keep getting better and improving each day.
Ball lined into left. Hundley is on.
So will you sit your guys down at the start of the year and say success for us this year will be X, Y, and Z? I mean, going to the tournament or finishing so high in the conference. I mean, what kind of things do you put out there? Yeah,
we will for sure, and that starts tomorrow with our first team meeting before fall semester starts. And really, the 2 things we've talked to them about the most frequently are sacrifice. We are very deep, and guys are going to have to sacrifice some of their individuality and have a team ego. I think that's really important. And then our ability to execute the little things. Last year we were probably a shot or a runner going in Indianapolis away from making the tournament that we wanted to be in. Certainly not that we were ungrateful for being in the NIT, but we want to be in that other tournament, and we were close. And I think our guys have lived that and have been through that experience of what that feels like to be just a smidgen off. So hopefully those details and our discipline in some areas, I think, will be at an all-time high, certainly this year compared to the first 2 years when we had 2 very young teams in retrospect.
Chris Bosio to the mound. Cord Phelps is going to hit for Jimenez. What about the renovation update?
It's going well. Obviously it's going to be done in phases. But when we finish it, we feel like it's going to be among the nicest in the country with amenities and all the different things that we're doing in the building to honor the past, not only Illinois basketball tradition, but the intercollegiate programs in whole. At the University of Illinois, we have a very proud university. We've got that great thing going where it's a do both place. You get the 8th ranked public university, but yet you also have big time athletics. So, we certainly want to show that off, and the State Farm Center will be one way that we can do that.
Phelps is a switch hitter. Batting right-handed against right. Talked to him today. Phelps actually had 3 pitching appearances in the minor leagues earlier this year. A couple of blowouts, and then the team ran out of pitchers at one point. He throws a knuckleball. At the outside corner.
That comes in handy. A lot of guys mess around with a knuckleball. If you find a kid that can throw and have halfway decent control with him, he becomes your emergency pitcher.
No doubt. Cubs leading by 3 here in the 7th. Could be 2 on a hot Baez. Watkins. Time to sing. John Gross. 7th inning stretch time.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, University of Illinois men's basketball coach John Gross.
All right, Cub fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's go, Cubs! Let's score some runs!
And the Orioles making a pitching change after Jimenez lifted for the pinch hitter. So it is Tommy Hunter.
Yeah, better turn up that dial a little bit to catch up to Hunter. He can really light up the radar gun. He'll sit in the mid-90s. On occasion, touch 100 miles an hour.
Strike one on Baez, who started that inning ending 6-4-3.
Nothing good happening so far for Javi at the plate today.
Driven to deep right, way back, and it will go into the basket. He goes to the opposite field for number 7.
Well, the resume continues to grow. We've seen the towering home runs out on Waveland. We saw the 2 home run game in Denver. We saw the big fly in New York at Citi Field. Now, how about this laser the other way? A laser for your forward home run replay. Ball that, that's kind of Giancarlo Stanton hit the ball on that kind of a line to have that kind of carry. He said it today in the paper. I'm going to keep swinging. I'm going to swing hard. I'll swing and miss, but I'm going to keep swinging. Perfect example today. 3 punch outs and then a long ball.
He is excited. Talking with Nick Gillespie yesterday, who watched him at Tennessee, said he reminds him of a right-handed hitting Reggie Jackson. There's a shot into right by Rizzo. And he's going to try for 2, and he is in.
Good hustle play there by Rizzo. Outfielders were deep. The footing is a little suspect out there with all the rain we had earlier today. And he just reads the situation. The play's in front of him. He sees Markakis get to it. Starts to slow down just a little bit. And then turns on the gas.
Hustle double for Rizzo. Now Matt Caesar. Pitch hitting. for right.
And here you're in one-run mode, right? You got a 4-run lead. You're just looking to pad this lead. You're not in big inning mode anymore. So these are likely bunting here. Wrong.
Rizzo on his way to third. Hardy waited back. The throw dug out by Pierce.
Not bunting, but got the job done. The ground ball gets Rizzo to third.
You see it with Baez, don't you? And just the selectivity just tightens up a little bit, and I think it has started to in some cases.
Well, it has at each level as he's worked his way through the system, and I think that's the hope that the longer he's here, the more he'll settle in a little bit, because they're going to, with his power, the frequency with which he's hitting the ball out of the ballpark, they're going to start to be even more careful with him.
Rizzo on his way to the plate. The throw there. I'll tell you what. I think he got blocked. Tag applied, and Ricky's got to come out, and he's got a challenge. I think Hundley blocked him.
Yeah, and you know what? Buck Showalter's going to blow a gasket if this gets overturned, because he challenged a similar play yesterday. And
he didn't give him a lane.
No, I know, but I think that Buck's case yesterday was that he didn't get a lane either.
Yeah, but look at where his foot is.
Well, he's behind the plate.
But
see, this is what they do. He's behind home plate. That's how the Orioles were playing it earlier this year. So I think they're going to see he's got the front corner. And then as he gets the ball, he drops down. Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, he did.
You might be right.
Steve Pierce with another really good defensive play. First baseman made one earlier now. Yeah, I think he's going to be okay here, he being Hundley, because that front corner of the plate is available to Rizzo.
So for now, he's out.
The Orioles are one club that this is what they've taught their catchers to do, is to set up behind home plate. Of course, once you receive the ball, then you can block home plate. You just have to give a lane to the runner as he approaches the plate. So I think Hundley's going to be okay. And if he's not, the man in the lower corner there is going to have an absolute meltdown.
Well, it has been upheld, or the call has been, I believe, confirmed. That might be the way to do it. You kind of basically straddle the plate, right? But you give the front corner. So Travis Wood's going to run for Sweeney. Here's Castillo. I will tell you what, when you do straddle it like Hundley did, I think you get a better idea of where you are as a catcher.
Yeah,
for sure.
You're not going to have the inadvertent blockage of home plate.
I've asked some people about setting up behind the plate, and the answer seems to be that the runner could get in the way of the throw.
Yeah, I think everything now is a compromise with this play, so that you can't do it the way guys were taught for years. So if you go out in front and give that back corner of home plate, and this is why the Orioles do it the way they do it. They're thinking is we don't want our guy to have to reach and come all the way back and make a tag, dive or leave his feet or
You make the runner go directly to the plate.
Yeah.
If they'll beat you, you're going to get him. Hunter with a called third to get Castillo. But Javier Baez into the basket in right, and it's now 6-2 Cubs.
Long rain delay. Cubs lead 5-2. Clark, the official team mascot of the Cubs, can be part of your next event, from charity events and wedding receptions to birthday parties and grand opening. Clark wants to be a part of it, he told me. You can email Clark directly at clark@cubs.com or visit cubs.com/Clark for more information on how to book Clark for your special event.
Matt Caesar stays in and plays right field. Neil Ramirez is on to work here in the 8th with a 4-run lead.
Solid year for Ramirez. And some time on the DL. He has been used somewhat judiciously since coming back. The numbers he has posted have been very good. 1.17 ERA, 39 strikeouts against 11 walks and 30 2/3 innings of work.
Thanks to Mill Savage and a couple of other fans on Twitter. That is what I'm talking about. That's the logo. It keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Top of the order, Markakis. Scored 1 run yesterday, 2 today. That's been it for the Orioles so far.
Ramirez trying to continue the good work by Grimm and Wright. 5 scoreless out of the Cubs bullpen so far today.
So today, how about this? This is the first game in about a month in which the Cubs scored more than 4 runs at home.
Really?
Yeah, they had. I gotta find it. I think it's been like 20 games, something like that.
That guy caught that ball in his hat.
Cool, Abbey Road shirt. Yes, the last 17 games going in, they had not scored more than 4 runs in a game at Wrigley Field dating back to late July against the Cardinals.
But they've been doing a fair share of winning here in that stretch, have they not? They're playing pretty well.
2.7 runs per game and an 8-9 record.
Yeah, close to 500 despite that lack of production. You know, Ramirez is going to come after you with a mid-90s heater, a slider, and a curveball.
Watkins makes the play. So that's a club record here at Wrigley Field, basically, that the Cubs have never gone that long a stretch without scoring at least 5 runs once. That's history now as they get 6 today.
Well, it has been kind of an abnormal summer here too, right? I mean, the wind hasn't been blowing out very much at all.
The wind blowing in technically today. Pierce sends one in the air to right. Looks like it's going to be playable for Caesar. It is in fair territory. Kaboot. 37th time the wind has blown in. It has blown out 16 times, and we've had a crosswind 11 times.
It seems to me that we've had very few of those days where Wrigley has earned its reputation over the years, where the wind's just, it's hot and muggy and the wind's howling out and the ball's just jumping out of here. Not to excuse the lack of run production over that stretch, but I think that's helping. That helped to contribute to it.
Strike called on Jones.
Big swing, a little late on the 95-mile-an-hour heater.
His first pitch was thrown just under 6 hours ago. We had a 3-hour, 9-minute rain delay after 2 innings.
Got to be leading the league in hours at the ballpark this year.
I would think.
Reached back for a little something extra and lost direction. They were trying to go down and away. Pumped up a little bit and misfired.
Hit it here, he's saying. Breaking ball yanked down the line, foul. Cubs invite you to take advantage of free remote parking and shuttle services on night and weekend games. I think both kind of qualify at this point for today, right? The remote parking lot is located at 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com. Another 1-2 from Ramirez. Ground ball into left center. Jones aggressively around first, on his way to second. Throw there. What's he doing? Wow. Down 4 runs late. He runs into the 3rd out here in the 8th inning. Cubs continue to play very good defense.
And in and out back in the 1st inning, too.
Wow. Thank you, Chris. Tommy Hunter to Alcantara. And he's going to reach. Nice development today. Alcantara's got 3 hits.
And I think one of the things that Billy Miller and Rick Renteria have stressed with him is go up there and look for your pitch. Don't worry about it. Don't try to guess along with the pitcher. That hasn't worked out. You've been fooled by so many off-speed pitches. You like to hit the fastball. Look for fastballs early. You don't have to change your approach so you have a couple strikes on you. Look in the zone. Look for hard stuff up. Put a good swing on it.
3rd career 3-hit game for Alcantara, who had a 4-hit game in the 2nd of his career at Cincinnati on July 10th.
Zach Roscup rejoined the club the other day. He's the lefty, of course, and Rondon the righty.
You know, it's. I want to go back to the Jones play, and you mentioned he's been thrown out twice. And, I guess questionable base running maneuvers today. It's not to single him out, but it's to say you've got an Orioles team that's 8 games ahead in the American League East of all divisions. Nobody's perfect.
Right.
And you sit there and you go, well, our team,
right,
can't run the bases, we can't have runners in scoring, we can't do this, we can't do that. Well, I think most fans in observers say that about their team too.
Yeah.
It happens. Watkins swats this one out in the deep left center. It's going to get to the wall. Alcantara sent by Gary Jones. Throw to the plate, cut off. Throw back to second. Save. Watkins just got back. That was Markakis from right, backing up the play.
Which is just a great baseball play for Markakis to be engaged, to be in there to back that up. But a lot of good things happened for the Cubs first, including this swing of the bat by Logan Watkins. His second hit of the day. He had a blooper earlier. This time he hammers this line drive to left center. Throw was offline, cut. And boy, how about Markakis coming all the way in from right field to be an option there after this ball is cut. And an accurate throw. Watkins is out.
Let's get our AT&T fan photo. Guess who it's brought to you by? You do one guess. That's right, AT&T. Hashtag Northside fan photo.
Rondon has taken his seat. Ross Cup continues to throw. He'll be working to start the top of the ninth, but the Cubs still have a man in scoring position and nobody out.
One ball, no strikes on Valleca. RBI single off the bench. Came in to play third as part of a double switch in the top of the sixth. Bounce to third. Backhanded play by Davis. Watkins takes off for third. And he's out. Here comes Ricky Renteria. And now it's a double play.
You get the sense that Watkins is going to lay it all on the line. He's really trying to show his worth of this crack at the big leagues. That they ever got him.
Might not have gotten him. First question, if he did get him. Yes, if he did get him, he's out. Okay, it looked like the tag or whatever the tag might have been was before the hand got to the bag. The question is, did he actually tag him? Can't tell there. I think the first look is the best one so far.
My best guess with this first look is that he did not tag him, but I can't say so with any certainty.
You can't.
If the string of the glove brushes the sleeve, he's out. That's where it becomes so hard to tell.
Best guess is no. Is it enough to overturn?
Right.
we go. The answer is no. There's not a no. So what? 5-3-5 on the double play.
Yeah. Hawkins just letting everybody know he did not touch me, and he may not have, but with the looks we had, it was just not enough there to overturn it.
Chris would like to have that one back. 0-1. Pounded on the ground to Scope at second, and the inning is over, and we go to the ninth. All Cubs 7-2. Game live presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Get the recap on today's game and all the action around the league. Don't miss Cubs post game live right after our ball game, and we're also after the game if you're in the area. OAR with an extra innings performance right outside Wrigley Field. Fans are already waiting.
They're queuing up. They're ready to go. Sound check. 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 Check.
Check. 2, 3. Check. Here's Zach Rosscup trying to get the final 3 outs.
With the rain, OAR would have needed an OAR earlier, but now they don't. It's pretty out now. The sun's actually breaking through.
Well played.
Rosscup at AAA this year. Really good numbers. He's made a handful of appearances with the Cubs. 7 outings, 6 innings worth. Fastball slider for Zach. A little zip on the heater. Saw him 10 times last year.
Inside corner on Cruz. The win would go to Grimm. The loss would go to Bud Norris. You can pitch 2 innings as a starter like Kyle Hendricks did and have the lead, and you can't get the win, but you can also pitch 2 innings and leave with your team down and get a loss, which is the case for Norris. Doesn't seem quite fair, but those are the rules. Having said that, the most effective Cub pitcher today clearly has been Justin Grimm.
Yeah, sometimes it's a tough call for that score to determine who deserves the win in that situation, but no brainer today. The other guys behind Grimm have been really good as well, but Grimm did the heavy lifting. 3 1/3 scoreless, didn't allow a hit, walked 1, struck out 3, continuing a very nice run for him.
Swing and a miss for strike 3.
'93 up with a little cutting action to get Cruz.
Ten appearances last year for Ross Cup, a 135. 7 appearances this year's a 750.
Zach born in Clackamas, Oregon.
Clackamas.
Forest Grove High School.
You're going to say the community college? Remember how to say it?
No, I don't remember.
Chemeketa. Here's what his years look like. March 18th. During spring training, sent to the minors. Called up as the 26th man on April 16th. Then sent back the same day. Davis with a ground ball. That is Valleca. That'll go 5-3. 2 outs. Called up on the 24th of April. Sent back about a week later. Called up again May 7th. Put on the DL a week later with left shoulder soreness. Called up July 11th. Sent back to the minors on the 20th of July. And here he is back yet again. He and Blake Parker have been the 2 guys. Up and down, up and down. Ball 1 on J.J. Hardy. Orioles came in having won 9 of their last 10 series. Cubs can clinch the series with 1 more out.
With the trade of James Russell to the Braves, it's opened the door a little bit for a lefty. Russell leaving and left Wesley Wright is the only left-hander in the bullpen, so Roskop's going to get some opportunities. Previous fastball at 94 miles an hour, so certainly has the stuff.
Ball 4 to keep the Orioles alive for risk another batter. And that batter is Scope.
His natural fastball has a little cutting action. He's able to drive it inside on right-handed hitters effectively. Not many have left, but those that remain are very spirited and on their feet. Roskop a pitch away perhaps from finishing this ball game.
Tsuyoshi Wada, who at one time was in the Orioles organization. They signed him out of Japan. He'll face right-hander Miguel Gonzalez. 121st pitch on Sunday. The 0-2. Ground ball past the mound, right near the bag. Watkins up with it. Cubs win. Cubs win 7-2 the final score. They endured a 3-hour 9-minute rain delay after the second inning. And what a job by Justin Grimm. Chris Coghlan with the big hit. The 3-run triple to give the Cubs a lead they would not relinquish. And it's our Xfinity high-speed action. It was about, what, 5 hours ago?
Yeah, one of 4 base hits in the inning. A walk, 3 singles preceded that swing of the bat by Chris Coghlan and led to a 4-run inning against Bud Norris, the Orioles starter. And boy, so important to play add-on against this Baltimore offense. The Cubs able to do that. The bullpen outstanding today, including our player of the game, our GMC professional grade player of the game, Justin Grimm. Spot on today. 3 1/3, his longest outing of the year. Perhaps an audition to be a starter going forward. We'll see, but he was really good this afternoon and this evening.
And so is our entire CSN crew, and we thank you for joining us. Your final score: the Cubs 7, the Orioles 2. We're back with you in Cincinnati on the CSN, 6 o'clock Central Time. Cubs and the Reds kick off a 3-game set. Up next, Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live. Stay tuned.